at Busch Stadium in St. Louis. It has cooled off quite a bit. Overcast skies once again, but we're just a few minutes away from Game 2 of a 4-game series. It's the Hyundai leadoff man, WGN Sports on the U. Great to have you with us. I'm Len Casper. We'll hear from Jim Deshaies coming up momentarily. Good pitching matchup tonight. Jake Arrieta, third start of the year since coming off the DL. It'll be Adam Wainwright, the ace of the St. Louis Cardinals. What a night last night for the Cubs. They scored a season-best 17 runs on 20 hits. Junior Lake knocked in 6 runs, a career high for him. He got a lot of help. Emilio Bonifacio, first Cub to score 5 times in a game since 1987 when Jody Davis did it. And yes, Starlin Castro got into the mix as well as the cleanup man. The Cubs just kept pounding away at a Cardinals pitching staff that had to actually use a position player to get the final out in the 9th inning. So you see what Lake did, 3 hits including a home run. Bonifacio, 4 hits and a walk, and Castro knocking in 3 as well. We'll have more to come. It's the Hyundai leadoff man on WGN Sports. The Hyundai leadoff man, brought to you by your Chicago and Northwest Indiana Hyundai dealers, who invite you to come in and test drive our award-winning lineup today. Visit buyhyundai.com. In St. Louis, the Cubs and the Cardinals matching up already for the 8th time this season. The Cubs winning 4 of the first 7. And now the Cubs minor league report. It's been a rough start for Javier Baez at AAA Iowa, but a big game-ending single to propel the I-Cubs to a win. Left-hander Tsuyoshi Wada has been just tremendous. And Chris Russin coming off his no-hitter, the Pacific Coast League's pitcher of the week. Chris Bryant with an honor at AA Tennessee, the Southern League hitter of the week. And the leadoff man is brought to you by your Chicago and Northwest Indiana Hyundai dealers, who invite you to come test drive the all-new Hyundai Santa Fe. Visit myhyundaichicago.com. Man. Brought to you by your Chicago and Northwest Indiana Hyundai dealers, who invite you to come in and test drive our award-winning lineup today. Visit buyhyundai.com. Let's get the starting pitchers for tonight. Jake Arrieta, you see 2 starts against the Cardinals and has not allowed a run in over 12 innings and 14 strikeouts along the way. Adam Wainwright has had a Cy Young type start to the season, but he's really scuffled against the Cubs in 2 starts against them already this season. We'll have the Cubs and the Cardinals game 2 coming up. Jim Deshaies will be back with me in a moment. From soggy St. Louis, WGN Sports on the U brings you Chicago Cubs baseball. Tonight it's game 2 of a 4-game series. The Cubs drilling the Redbirds 17-5 in the series opener last night. It has cooled off quite a bit, but hopefully the Cubs bats will stay hot. Jim Deshaies and Len Casper with you. And JD, the Cubs have won 4 of the 7 games played between these two teams.
Yeah, it took 2 out of 3 from the Cardinals back in Chicago at the beginning of the month. That's their only series win so far this year. 3 out of the last 4 against St. Louis, and here are the numbers. The hitting has been really good. Of course, bolstered a lot by last night's performance, 17 runs on 20 hits, and Junior Lake has been a one-man wrecking crew against the Cardinals so far this year. 3 of his 4 home runs, 9 of his 14 RBIs coming against St. Louis.
Yeah, and he led off the game on April 12th with a home run off Adam Wainwright, who will start for St. Louis. It's just finding consistency for Junior.
Yeah, last 10 days or so he's had, multi-hit games on 3 or 4 different occasions. When he's in the zone, when he doesn't chase pitches down below the knees, he's going to be fine. He's been able to take advantage of mistakes. It's going to be tougher against a guy like Wainwright, but the month of May has been good for Junior Lake, hitting .333 with a couple of long ones.
It'll be right-hander Jake Arrieta going for the Cubs tonight. They'll look for their 2nd straight win during a road trip for the first time this season. First pitch and all the action right around the corner. Stay with us. Chicago Cubs baseball brought to you by Budweiser. Great times are waiting. Grab some buds. Ford, manufacturers of America's best-selling brand. Check out our best-selling lineup at your local Ford store or online at localfordstores.com. And by Xfinity, your home for the most live sports. Chicago Cubs baseball in high definition on WGN Sports on the U, brought to you by Xfinity, your home for the most live sports. Damp and cool tonight. As we check out the umpires, Paul Schreiber, Will Little, Mark Carlson, and Ted Barrett. Schreiber was a late scratch last night, but he'll wear the mask tonight. And let's check out Rick Renteria's Cubs lineup. It's brought to you by Mazda, the 2014 Mazda 3 with seamless connectivity. What a night for Bonifacio, up to 312 now. Valbuena's going to play third for Alt. Anthony Rizzo, Starlin Castro, Nate Scherholtz, as you usually see against righties, 3 through 5. Wellington Castillo will catch. Junior Lake in there again. He's playing left and batting 7. Darwin Barney inching his way toward the 200 mark, and the pitcher Arrieta.
Cardinals defensively this evening have Holiday, Borges, and Craig in the outfield. Third to first, we go Matt Carpenter, Johnny Peralta, Mark Ellis, the veteran. Big Matt Adams, the first sacker. Gold Glover, Yadier Molina. Behind the plate for Adam Wainwright. He's 6-2 with a 2.02 ERA through 8 starts. He's been good against everybody except for the Cubs so far this year. Lifetime 105 wins against 59 losses, a .640 winning percentage. That's fourth best among active pitchers with at least 140 decisions. When you look at the walks plus hits, earnings pitch below 1, that's outstanding. The OPS against well better than league average. He's always been more of a ground ball type pitcher.
Well, he's trying to play stopper, I guess, after a 17-5 drubbing the Cubs put on the Cardinals last night. They made some pitching moves. Tyler Lyons, who took the loss, he went to the DL today with a sprained shoulder. They sent reliever Eric Fornatero down. Lefty Sam Freeman, righty Jorge Rondon, and joined their bullpen for the time being.
Yeah, I wouldn't say they're panicking here in St. Louis, but there's definitely the vibe you get is that there's a real sense of urgency. They got to make a little something happen here. They're in a nice stretch of home games. Starting last night, it was 19 out of 22 after a very road-heavy early portion of the schedule.
Strike one to Bonifacio to get us started. Wainwright likes to work fast. He fouled it back. It's 0-2. 57 degrees as we get underway.
Wainwright will max out around 94 miles an hour with his fastball, but he'll sit 90 to 92. He likes to sink it, cut it. Has a real good curveball, also a straight change.
And his 0-2 is slapped on the ground to Adams, and he'll have to beat Bonifacio to first, which he does unassisted. Boy, Amelia got on a lot last night. He scored 5 times, the first Cub to do that in a game since Joe D. Davis against your Astros back in 1987.
Oh, yeah, that was the 22-something ball game. I think they scored 9 in the first, the Cubs did in that game.
June 3rd of that year.
Alan Ear was the manager of that Astro club. He was not a happy camper after that ball game.
Imagine. Foul strike on Valbuena. Cubs have had Wainwright's number. Works one of 2 ways here. Either they'll continue to have his number, or he spent many sleepless nights trying to figure out what to change. There's a ball whacked into right. And the other thing about it, Wainwright, I mean, he's put up Cy Young type numbers. It's still very early, but his 2 worst starts by far have come against the Cubs.
Yeah, well, he's allowed 13 runs total so far this year. 10 of those runs coming in the 2 starts against the Cubs. Just one of those reasons why we love baseball. A guy who's been on top of his game against everybody, and the Cubs, who have struggled all year with the bats, last night notwithstanding, have owned them. Or at least been really good against them.
Double play ball to end the inning. It's not Johnny Peralta, is it? Well, they had the shift on. We'll figure out who it was when we come back.
I think it might have been Carpenter.
Yeah. Third time they've been a game under the 500 mark. Carpenter, Peralta, and Holiday to start it. Craig, Molina, and Adams in the middle, and Molina with another run knocked in against the Cubs last night. Borges, Ellis, and Wainwright hitting 400. He's 8 out of 20.
Well, let's take a look at the Cubs defensively tonight. Junior Lake's back out there in left. Bonifacio patrol center. Nate Sherholtz in right. Third to first we go Valbuena, Castro, Barney, and Anthony Rizzo. Behind the plate, Wellington Castillo. On the mound, 28-year-old right-hander Jake Arrieta. Remember, he started the year on the DL, so he's only made 2 starts, one good one not so good. No decisions both times. He's got a 2.89 ERA through those 2 starts. A lot of base runners last time. That's why that inflated whip. 5 1/3 scoreless against the Cardinals in his first start, and then last time out against the White Sox, he worked 4 innings, allowed 9 hits, and 4 runs. And really labored 81 pitches through 4 innings in that start against the White Sox.
It was Matt Carpenter who engineered that 5-3 double play because of the shift against Anthony Rizzo. So he was basically playing short.
Yeah, and then they had Peralta on the left side of the infield, kind of with his range covering a little bit more, and Carpenter, former second baseman. I'm sure that Matheny feels comfortable had he needed to turn a double play. Getting the feed from second base, he would have been fine.
1-0 on Carpenter. A little mini slump over his last 10. Boy, that is a pitch. If Arrieta can get it all night, that'll help. Far outer reaches of that outside corner from Paul Schreiber.
Fastball, curve, cutter, and a changeup for Arrieta. A little slider as well. And sometimes it's a matter of nomenclature when you start talking about cutters and sliders. You can light up the radar gun. And really the big difference between his 2 starts in that game against St. Louis, where he pitched well, he got the jump on most of the hitters, a high percentage of first pitch strikes. And then in his start against the White Sox, just the opposite. He's working from behind for the most part.
Oh, that one about 45 feet. 2-2. Peralta and Holiday to follow here in the Cardinal first. The pitch hit on the ground to Barney. For posterity, I want it to be known that it did rain, and it rained hard, and it rained about, 45 to 60 minutes after we finished the game last night. So I was off by a little bit.
All I know is when I woke up this morning, the streets were wet. And then I went out for a walk, and the other thing I know is there's no such thing as a good umbrella.
Here's Peralta. Ground ball in the left. Comes out hacking tonight after snapping a 9-game hitting streak with an 0 for 3 in game 1. And it'll bring up Matt Holliday.
Peralta jumps on that first pitch. It's a fastball off the inside corner. He was guessing fastball, and he got the head out on it.
6-game winning RBIs, second most in the National League for Holiday. Arrieta's first one. Boy, he went after the high one and couldn't get it.
Peralta was first pitch swinging. Holiday trying to ambush a fastball. Committed early. He bounced into 31 double plays last year. Hits the ball on the ground and he hits it hard.
Foul pop-up. Not a ton of foul territory in this ballpark, and that one several rows behind the dugout. This is Arrieta's 5th season in the big leagues, but you add up all of his big league time, and going into this year, under 3 full years of service time, he is not due to become a free agent until 2018. The Cubs have him under their control for a while in the dirt, blocked neatly by Castillo.
Jake, 24 and 27 as a big leaguer with an ERA of 5.18.
It's the first month with shoulder issues. Turned to 28 in early March.
He certainly has the fastball. He's got a good sharp breaking ball. It's just a matter of finding consistency. So he's the type of guy the Cubs, given where they are in this rebuilding process, it made sense for them to acquire him to see if they could. This would be the spot where he would kind of figure it all out. At times with Baltimore was really good, and at other times really scuffled.
Called strike 3 to get Holiday on 94 for his first strikeout.
Just a dart, bottom of the knees towards the outside corner. Great pitch, and a good result for Arrieta.
Now Alan Craig, he didn't get above 200 until the final day of April. He's been better lately, 6 for his last 14. Peralta at first, 2 outs. We're in the opening inning.
The Cardinal club last year, the best offense in the league, and it was fueled by a bunch of high average line drive hitters who were really good with runners in scoring position, and those numbers are down significantly this year. Those runners in scoring position, their risky business isn't as good this year. They don't hit a lot of home runs. They didn't do that last year.
One ball, one strike. We had a headset issue. JD is still here. He didn't go away, but his microphone did. We'll get that remedied. pitch. Hit foul behind the plate.
So how's that one working? So as I was saying, they don't steal a lot of bases. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, barely. Now you're going.
Help! Help!
He's fallen and he can't get up.
Mr. Wizard! I don't want to be a turtle anymore. Hey, that sounds good.
Pick toss, Peralta back. Got to hear the stadium organ, though. It sounded good.
Nice.
Not much of a lead by Peralta. Arrieta throws again.
Peter Borges is a base stealer. He's in the 7th spot in the batting order. Colton Wong, who was here earlier, was the opening day second baseman. Struggled, was sent out. He was a guy who could steal a bag or two for you, but for the most part, not a lot of base stealing threats in the lineup.
Another foul by Craig. Long look by Arrieta. Really slows it down when there are base runners. There goes Peralta, and Craig swings and misses to end the inning. 2 Ks for Arrieta in the first. 0-0.
Line drive, there it is! Into left field! Hit number 3,000! A run is scored! Musial around first! On his way to second with a double! Holy cow, he came through!
It's the 56th anniversary of Stan Musial's 3,000th hit at Wrigley Field. And that is our Southwest Airlines Wrigley 100 moment, brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Find our fares online only at southwest.com. Little slip there by Wainwright. First pitch of the second inning. Ball 1 on Starlin Castro. Musial, the 8th big leaguer to get to 3,000 hits. Actually started that particular game on the bench. It was a 6th inning double. Ground ball, nice stop. Matt Carpenter up with it. And he makes the play.
As Len mentioned earlier, Wainwright, works quickly, tends to get a lot of ground balls, so typically a busy day for the infielders, and a nice play here by Carpenter. Taking away a base hit from Castro, who had 3 of them last night. He was a home run shy of the cycle.
Now Nate Scherholtz. You can find more on Musial's 3,000th hit, by the way, on our WGN Baseball blog. Strike called on Scherholtz.
Musial won the MVP on 3 different occasions, was an All-Star 20 times.
Wainwright, first rounder of the Braves in 2000. Born in Brunswick, Georgia. And one time he was the Cardinal closer, up and in. Took over late in the year in 06. He was their 9th inning man. He saved 4 of 5 in the postseason. Got the final out in all 3 playoff series. Ground ball foul past first. So he did that a few times in his last start. Occasionally taking his hands up around his head. Sometimes he doesn't.
He said he reviewed a video of his start against the Cubs at Wrigley where they knocked him around and felt like he was breaking his hands a little too late.
Ball 4.
It's one of the things a pitcher will key on. When you break the hands, you take the ball out of the glove. If you're a little late, you have a tendency to leave the ball up in the zone, as he did there with the breaking pitch.
And there is our blog, brought to you by Jeff Vukovich, your nationwide insurance agent. Serving the area for 36 years. To join the nation, contact Jeff at jeffvuk.com. Nationwide is on your side. First walk issued by Wainwright. It's Castillo with a man on and 1 out and a swing and a miss.
Matching the Cubs total for last night. They walked 1 time. It's hard to believe, isn't it? The game when you scored 17 runs. You think you would have scared some pitchers out of the strike zone when you have 20 hits.
Scherholtz edging off first, not running, and the curveball misses inside. 1-1.
That's a very difficult combination to steal off. Any combination that includes Yadi or Molina is hard to run on, but Wainwright, even though he's a tall righty and profiles as a guy you should be able to run on, usually pretty quick delivering the ball to home plate.
Slide step action that time, and Castillo rolled it foul. So Wainwright, from Georgia, gets drafted by the Braves, and then in 03, December of that year, gets traded. What was a pretty big deal at the time. His name was not the first mention, let's put it that way. J.D. Drew, Eli Marrero went to the Braves from here. He, along with Ray King and Jason Marquis, went to St. Louis. And I guess it had been for a while, JD, that like all the trades the Braves would make, they'd get rid of prospects, and those guys never seemed to pan out. And the guys the Braves would get did. Well, here's an example of a former Brave farmhand who did work out for somebody else big time. Only debuted in 05 with the Cards.
I'm having a hard time conjuring up J.D. Drew in Atlanta. Did he do good things there?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, he hit 305. 04 was the only year he spent there, but he was pretty good. Really good, actually. He had an OPS of over 1,000. 31 home runs. Didn't he turn that into the big deal with the Dodgers?
I don't know. It must be. Yeah, he went to the Dodgers the next year. So that was his walk year.
Base hit left field. Cubs have 2 on for Junior Lake.
Well, if indeed Wainwright felt like he was up against the Cubs in those previous starts, seen a couple instances of it here already this evening. That was a breaking ball up in the zone for Wellington Castillo. Junior Lake, boy, what a night he had last night. Completely disrespected that baseball. Drove in 6 runs. He had 8 going into the game.
And now, if you do the math, he has 14 knocked in.
Yeah. See,
off the plate edge.
We try to deliver that night in and night out. A little math. Try to broaden everybody's horizons. Working a little music, a little math. He's going to see a steady dive of breaking ball. That was a cut fastball. He's not going to throw him anything straight. If he does, it'll likely be well in off the plate and on the knuckles. Something about the color red that gets Junior Lake going.
The pitch, swing and a miss. 1-2.
Went in on the knuckles, but it was in.
Just that little late tailing movement in on the righty, and I think Lake's actually fortunate. JD, he missed it. If he makes contact there, he probably hits a double play ball to short.
Well, let's see if he's able to shorten the stroke a little bit here.
No.
Ooh, another bad breaking ball.
The hands back to spoil it. It wasn't just the hits that you like from Junior. He was able to hit the ball the other way to move base runners. A couple of occasions last night as well. Hit hard. Carpenter will charge it. He'll get 1. They will not try for 2 as Ellis jumping over the sliding Castillo. First and third, now 2 outs.
And came back with a cut fastball, and he got Junior to roll over it on a little bit, and Carpenter quickly unloading to second base, but no chance to make the turn there at second. Would have been an ill-advised throw. Shearholt standing over there at third base.
Barney now has 6 hits over his last 3 games.
He was swinging early last night.
Curve is low. Wainwright, a good hitter, good fielder, and a terrific pitcher. The whole package. Won 2 Gold Gloves.
Darwin Barney comes into this game 8 out of 29 against Wainwright with a home run. I believe that was here last year.
Two and one. The pitcher Arrieta on deck. Fly ball to right. And it's Craig to make the catch, and the inning is over. After an inning and a half, nothing.
Welcome back. We are scoreless. Cardinals to bat here in the bottom of the second. During the upcoming homestand, the Cubs will celebrate with music, food, and fun giveaways reminiscent of the 30s. For more information about the 30 celebration, visit WrigleyField100.com. Brewers are in over the weekend, and the Yankees in for a 2-game set. Get your tickets at Cubs.com.
Bottom 2 from St. Lou.
The Lou.
Yeah, and a strike on Molina. 2 hits and a run knocked in last night.
Been coming here for the better part of 30 years, and just like this year, I found out that they refer to it as the Lou.
Oh, and 2.
Has that always been the case? Is that new?
I've heard that before.
The Lou? But the Lou was like a bathroom in England. You have to go to the Lou.
High for a ball. Last night at this time of the ball game, it was what, 7-0.
Yeah, it was
called
early
strike
enough.
3.
Yeah. 3 in a row for Arrieta. Big breaking curveball can sometimes be a difficult pitch to control, and that's why some pitchers abandon that pitch in favor of a shorter slider, but it can be a heck of a weapon if you develop the feel for it, and obviously important for a guy like Arrieta to get that feel early. He threw that 145-footer up there, but after that he's had a much better feel for it.
See, Adams wearing a brace on that right elbow. The idea is to avoid hyperextending it. Bothered him late last year. And actually has been fine so far, and he'd like to keep it that way. See a 301, but just 4 out of his last 29 as he swings and misses on a change.
Hitting for a decent average, but the power number's not there yet for Adams. Just 2 home runs, and he doesn't walk. You see his on-base percentage just a little bit higher than his batting average.
Popped into right. It's Sherholtz. Uneventful start to the inning. Now Peter Borges, the center fielder. Mets leading the Yankees against 7-3. They're in the 4th inning in the Bronx. Mets beat them last night. Came back, in fact, to win. And a strike called.
Angels are in Philadelphia, and apparently like 8,000 or 9,000 people from Mike Trout's hometown descending on Citizens Bank Ballpark to watch him play.
Bonifacio will cut it off. He slips, and Borges can really fly.
But outfield, it's rained much of the day, rained a fair bit last night, and Bonifacio fully aware of Borges' speed. That's why ultimately he slipped, because he's hustling over to cut this ball off to give himself an angle. And so doing, his feet kick out from underneath him. This is a double that was created because of Borges' speed and the fact that Bonifacio knew he had to hurry and ultimately had no chance because his feet just kicked out from underneath him.
Now Ellis better lately after a slow start since coming off the DL. Missed the first 13 games with left knee tendonitis. One and one the count on the veteran Ellis.
And in that Angels-Phillies game I referred to, the Angels out in front 4-2. They played 6.
Cliff Lee has given up 4 runs, all unearned. How about that? Shoemaker got the start for the Angels. He went 5, gave up 2. Outside. 2 errors by the Phillies tonight. Phillies are in last in the East, but they're only 2 under 500. They're 3.5 behind Atlanta, the division leader. Miami's lost 4 in a row. Out west, as Ellis will take the free pass, the intentional walk
in front of a 400 hitter. Adam Wainwright's going to take umbrage with that decision. I guess because it's Adam Wainwright, Ricky Renteria was willing to put a man on base there. Normally this early in the ball game, you don't want to intentionally walk anybody. You want to set up a potential big inning. This is the percentage play to prevent 1 run from scoring by bringing the pitcher up there. instead of throwing a 3-1 cookie to the 8-hole hitter. But if Wainwright reaches, the Cardinals got a chance to put crooked number on the board.
Well, got to throw strikes after you walk that 8-hitter. Now 2-0 on a career .214 batter with 6 home runs.
That last one couldn't have missed by much, but here you got to be willing to throw one right over the heart of the plate. Sometimes it's not easy to do when you think about it in those terms. And this is what I was talking about. Now you're in peril of loading the bases. You play to prevent that 1 run, you do have the potential of blowing up in your face.
And he walked him.
Managers don't get mulligans, but you get a sense that if Ricky had one, he'd use it right now. So, let's just go ahead and try to finish off the 8-hole hitter.
Grinding on that gum as he usually does. 2 outs, bases loaded, and it's Carpenter.
Yeah, and the only reason you make that decision at this stage of the ball game is because there's a pitcher like Wainwright on the other side that you think, hey, it's going to be awfully tough to score against this guy tonight, so we'll do whatever we can to prevent that run from scoring. That's what drives the decision, and again, here's the potential downside.
There's a strike.
Not shabby. 2 former teammates hooking up here. TCU Horned Frogs, Marietta and Carpenter were there together. Here they are in the big leagues in a bases loaded situation.
The block by Welly.
Marietta hoping at some point in the future at some alumni event, he'll say, hey, remember that time you were up there with the bases loaded and I popped you up?
1-1 the count. The pitch fouled back, 1-2.
Maybe a situation where with a man on second base, an important pitch, Castillo wants to just talk to Arrieta and say, hey, let's just throw this. And not only here's the pitch I want you to throw, but here's what I want you to do with it. Not only are we going to throw a curveball, but we're going to bury it down and in and I'll block it for you. Or if we're going to throw a fastball, make sure you keep it down and away. Backdoor breaker. Carpenter, tough guy to finish off, doesn't strike out much.
Pretty well struck, but it's going to be caught. And the inning is over. And leave the bases loaded. 0-0 at the end of 2. basically right across the street from Wrigley Field. Our good friend Joe Shanahan will be helping us host Hot Stove Cool Music Chicago. You hear Tom Morello along with Bruce Springsteen. Now, Tom will be here. The boss will not. But we've got a lot of great Chicago musicians, and this will be paying homage to the wonderful music heritage of our city. Blues and soul and power pop and rock. John Sturrott from Wilco, Eddie King Roser, Urge Overkill, Scott Lucas from Local Age, Jimmy Chamberlain from the Smashing Pumpkins, Gary Cleave from Shoes, and on down the list. It's going to be a wonderful night for charity. The foundation to be named later, and tickets go on sale this Saturday at noon Central Time. You can go to metrochicago.com for tickets. You can go to ftbnl.org. That's the foundation to be named later website, where you can pick up VIP tickets. And we hope you come.
And you'll be jamming?
It'll be
you
great.
Theo?
Yeah, we'll get
Peter
up there.
Gammons?
Lynn Bramer will MC. Got some surprises along the way. It's going to be a wonderful night. Jake Arrieta, he takes a curve for a strike. It's 0-2 on him. Should find a good song for you to play cowbell on or something. There's got to be something that works for you. You were there last year.
Yeah, I enjoyed that. Fun to watch.
It'll be even better this year, I promise you. Wainwright working fast, and the curve that time missed in.
Yeah, you get the sense he's using this confrontation with Arrieta to find the release point on his breaking ball. He struggled with it a little bit first couple of innings, left a couple up. He's throwing a bunch of them here to Arrieta.
Ground ball glances off the glove of Carpenter and deflects into left. First hit of the year for Arrieta.
Time he got a fastball, got out in front of it. Lead off knock for Jake.
So when the Cubs win this year, as a strike there to Bonifacio, they're averaging 7.5 runs per game. 7.46. When they lose, they're averaging 2.21. That's a difference of over 5 runs. And that's a lot.
Yeah, and there's a similar story last year with the Cubs, too, especially early in the year where the one-loss record and the run differential didn't add up. They've only been outscored by a total of 4 runs, so you figure they might be a game or two below 500 as opposed to 13 and 24. That's just kind of the nature of the beast, and that run differential. And their record would indicate it's a team that, has really had their struggles offensively, and then they've had games like, not quite like last night, but they've had some games where they've really taken advantage of some pitchers and blown it wide open. But, what Ricky Renteria would like to see is just more nights where they're able to put 4 or 5 runs on the board, as opposed to those stretches like they had in Atlanta where they just could get nothing going.
It is foul ball.
Unfortunately, they don't let you, reapportion your runs. Couldn't save any from last night. Hold them over.
A good call made by Will Little while trying to dodge that ball.
Little Willie. When they did roll call in school. Little Willie. Little Willie won't. Remember that one?
Yes, I do. The pitch missed. 2-2. The Sweet. That's the band's Sweet.
Fox on the Run.
Yep.
Ballroom Blitz.
Ballroom Blitz.
I had the cassette.
And he got him that time.
Cub fans, if you want to manage the game along with Rick Renteria, log on to WGNTV.com right now. Click on the WGN Sports Game Zone banner to connect to all the up-to-the-minute stats and information. While you're watching right there from home, you can tuck your nose in your ear, all that good stuff, put a play on. Game Zone is sponsored by The Great Escape, pools, patio sets, play sets, hot tubs, and more.
10 bonus points if you can name one member of Sweet.
I got no chance.
Fly ball to right. Craig back to the warning track. He's at the barrier. Gone! I think it got out. Yeah, it did. Got over that first wall. It's a 2-run homer for Valbuena, and the Cubs have the lead, 2-0.
Great swing of the bat by Valbuena. Mike Gold played third last night, had a couple hits, including his 8th home run. But Valbuena got the start tonight. He had good numbers against Wainwright coming into this ball game, and they've gotten better tonight. Boom, YP.com. Whatever that means. 2 for 2, single and a home run for Valbuena. So let's update the tally board. Adam Wainwright has now allowed 15 runs this year. 12 to the Cubs.
One and one to Rizzo. Ball to second baseman Ellis. CN Pagani tweeting, Aslen, please tell JD to never sing on air again. No, that's not nice.
I apologize,
I
but I can't
that.
promise that
it just happens, right? It's not planned.
No.
If you had said Andy Scott, Brian Conley, or Steve Priest, you would have had 10 bonus points. Ball one on Castro, so the Arrieta leadoff single ended up making it a 2-run homer for Valbuena.
Free swing here if he wants it. Didn't want it.
Full now, 3-2. Breath by Wainwright, and the pitch. Astros stays alive. Single, double, triple, 3 RBIs last night. One of 6 players this year had at least 6 3+ hit games.
Adams a little late getting to the barrier there. He might have had a chance to make a play on that ball. Players are taught to get to the fence and then work their way back into play, but he was there late.
Yeah, that was definitely a catchable ball.
Kind of tentative going after that one, and it keeps the at bat alive for Castro. See if he can take advantage.
Another 3-2 on the way. Gorgeous on the move to end the inning. Well, love and home runs are like oxygen. I think that was the big hit by Sweet. Kind of. Valbuena with a 2-run homer. It's 2-0.
Not going to sing.
That?
I don't know if they use cool standings or
who does? We do?
According to 10.8% chance of making the playoffs. I bet it's based on that, not that. Right? Bet. It's just a mathematical thing. This Friday, it's the Cubs and the Brewers at 1:20. First 10,000 fans at the ballpark will receive a Babe Ruth College Shot bobblehead. This is the third of 10 special Wrigley Field bobblehead giveaways. Come every Friday to complete your set. Tickets are still available, including in the Budweiser bleachers, so visit Cubs.com today.
And tomorrow morning, the Cubs and Benjamin Moore will start painting the marquee to match the color scheme from the mid-30s. It was installed in 1934. So they worked with some architects to research the color scheme from that era. They had to remove layers of paint and primer to expose the first layer of enamel. Pretty cool. Benjamin Moore is going to provide limited edition Cubs and Benjamin Moore t-shirts for up to 1,000 fans who wish to view the painting event tomorrow morning. Leadoff walk, Johnny Peralta.
They should bring Greg Maddux in
to paint
the corners.
played.
That's the MO typically against Holiday, especially for guys with a little zip on the fastball, and Arrieta qualifies. Try to jam him, get a weak ground ball to the left side, or a little two-hopper, get that double play.
Plate moving around on him here to start the third inning.
Take a look at the infield alignments. They've got Castro and Barney playing at double play depth in the middle, and Valbuena really guarding the line at third. I noticed that this has been the case with Holiday throughout the season series against the Cardinals, but certainly here in this at-bat, Valbuena really tight to the line. Almost like he's playing a no doubles defense late in the ball game.
Well, his pitcher's got to find the strike zone here for it to matter. 7 pitches, 7 balls. There's a strike. Got it back, 3-2.
Was able to find the strike zone there with a cut fastball. And sometimes when you got a dangerous hitter up there, even if you have a live arm like Arrieta, there's just a hesitancy to challenge with the fastball. So the catcher's better off calling for a cutter or a slider.
There goes ball 4. Send your Cubs selfies to hashtag WGN Cubs on Twitter.
Not a good start to the bottom half of the third here for Jake Arrieta. Back-to-back walks. With the runner going, Wellington Castillo comes out of his crouch early, hoping for a strikeout, throw-out double play. That may have cost Arrieta that pitch. The downside to that, when you come flying out of there the way Wellington did, the call you might have gotten, you don't get. Saw it on our pitch tracks. Looked like a good pitch. But tough to get that call when you're sliding in front of the umpire's field of vision.
Well, if you did this last year against this offense with Craig and Molina lurking, you're just asking for it. Cardinals have gotten off to a fairly slow start offensively this year, but Arrieta's still flirting with danger, putting the first 2 on.
This guy was better than 400, wasn't he, last year?
454 with runners in scoring position last year. Alan Craig. Yep. Strike called.
Yeah, I think right now there's more confidence for Jake with that cutter / slider than his fastball. Craig holds his hand low and he has a little dip bobbing motion that he does. And when we saw him earlier this year, he was just late. He just wasn't ready to hit. That's his timing mechanism, but he just, he didn't, at least on that pitch, didn't have it set early enough where he was going to be able to get to that fastball. That's one thing that's really helped Anthony Rizzo this year. A little quieter with those hands. Yeah, he agrees. Thanks, Riz.
The kick and the 0-2 pitch. A swing and a miss, strike three. All important first out.
Fourth strikeout of the night for Arrieta. Second time he's gotten Alan Craig. Good curveball there. Nice sequence of pitches. Strike to ball, curveball to finish him off. Started in the zone, broke down below the knees.
Are crushing the Yankees 11-4 in the fifth inning. Murphy just hit a 3-run homer.
Yankees just put CC Sabathia on the disabled list. Carlos Beltran's got bone spur in his elbow. They've lost 3 in a row.
If they lost tonight, they'd be at 500. Orioles leading that division at 20-16. 2-0 to Molina.
Speaking of run differential, the Cubs have a better run differential than the Yankees. Better than the first place Orioles. It's kind of wacky. Molina in this situation, the last thing he wants to do is hit the ball on the ground and hit into a double play. So he'll be thinking right center. He'll be trying to keep his hands inside the ball. Really good when he goes that way anyway.
3-0. He's in danger of possibly walking the bases loaded.
So in all likelihood, Molina will be taking all the way here.
Yeah, the Cubs in their last 5 losses have scored 9 times. In their last 2 wins, 29 runs. Been all over the place offensively. Swinging away 3-0, fouling.
Yeah, well, that's a matter of trust. The manager will turn a guy loose if he feels like he has enough discipline and strike zone judgment that he wouldn't chase a bad ball, and that pitch was in the zone. Wasn't fully committed, though, a little behind it.
Runners go, and that ball bounces into left, and now we've got a possible rundown situation. Holiday caught between second and third as Peralta tripped. Throw to the plate now, and Castillo will tag Peralta as Molina will take second. So it'll be second and third with 2 outs. Peralta jumping over that ground ball ended up off his feet, and Holiday kind of rushed him.
Now, Holiday just assumed that Peralta was going to be able to come around and score, but obviously with the blowout, that wasn't going to happen. Big break for the Cubs. See, Holiday 2/3 of the way to third base there as Junior Lake was picking up the ball.
7-4-2 to get Peralta, and Arrieta's got a chance here to escape. 2 walks in the inning, and he was 3-0 on Molina and way high to Matt Adams. Here's a pitch. Q shot toward third. It's going to be a fair ball. Long throw, safe. So Adams with an infield hit. That ball had a ton of English on it. It just kept spinning and did not quite get to Valbuena soon enough for an out.
You see Valbuena's way off the line and deep, as you would expect with Adams up there. Yeah, right off the end of the bat. Does all he can with the big fella, able to beat it for an infield hit. He won't get many.
Molina had to stay at second, and it's now 2-1 on the RBI hit by Adams. Here's Borges, who doubled in the second.
Two outs last night. Yadier Molina stole third base, so worth keeping an eye on him. Give him a second look, tighten him up a little bit.
Arrieta actually born in Missouri, about an hour south of here, Farmington. He grew up in Texas, Plano. Another 3-ball count. That's the fourth of the inning. In his last start, he exited after 4 innings with a lead because he had labored so much.
He really needs to focus on just making pitches here on 3-0.
One. Well, Molina snuck a steal of third last night. He likes to do that now and again. This is probably not that.
Well, now, yeah. You know, as I mentioned earlier, the at bat, it's worth keeping an eye on it. But once you go 3-0, you just got to worry about making pitches.
Oh, Molina fell down, but Castillo decided not to throw.
I think the ball was foul.
Oh, it was? Okay.
Guy's falling all over the place out there tonight. He sees the swing, so he's trying to get a big secondary lead, and with the swing, he's getting ready to take off, and his ankle just rolls on him.
Runners will go on this 3-2, but time called. Early action in the bullpen. It's Carlos Villanueva with Arrieta struggling to get out of this inning. This will be pitch number 65 of the night, and Borges just got a piece of that.
Talk about an emergency hack there, boy. Wellington Castillo, you've got to be careful not to get nailed with a catcher's interference. You reach out for that one, and that may happen with that late swing from Borges.
Runners go, called strike 3. Borges knew it. Well, he limited the damage there. The Cardinals get 1. The Cubs still have a lead. By Xfinity and our good friend from Joliet, Illinois, Mark Grant in the Padres TV booth. I assume this was during the break. I didn't ask Mud if they were playing a little Tina Turner, and he decided to get into the mood of the song.
Oh my! He's got it going on. Yeah, because you can see the stage managers getting ready to bring him back.
Xfinity, your home for the most live sports. You do it, Mud. 2-1. Cubs lead, 4th inning. Keith Janofsky tweets, keep singing when the mood strikes you, JD. Sounds great to me. There you go.
Yeah.
They're coming out of the woodwork now.
See, I'm not the only one who saw Mud, although he's got good moves. He might be able to parlay this little clip into a gig on Dancing with the Stars.
I might watch that show if you were on it. Yeah. One and one on Scherholtz. 2-run homer, Luis Valbuena, the difference to this point. Long 3rd inning for Jake Arrieta. Got out of it with limited damage done. That's a strike.
Yeah, which could really present a problem for Wainwright. We'll see how he goes along here in the 4th. You don't, as a pitcher, you don't mind if your team bats for a long time and they put 3 or 4 runs on the board, but they bat that long and only come away with 1. Not so much.
Yanked into right. That's a leadoff single for Scherholtz.
He stays back on the breaking ball and delivers the sharp single into right. As I mentioned, Wainwright talked about after his previous start against the Cubs a couple starts ago that he felt like he was breaking his hands a little late. Because he was doing that, he was leaving the ball up in the zone. Whenever I hear that from a pitcher or I hear a hitter talking about making a little mechanical adjustment, I'm always thinking, well, did he really discover something? Or sometimes it's just a placebo. Sometimes a pitching coach will say, you know, I thought it looked like you were breaking your hands a little late. We're going to fix that.
Almost like you need to find something to correct. Sure.
Yeah. Some way to explain away why you got knocked around the way you did, and then you come out of your bullpen session feeling, okay, I've got that fixed, now I can go forward.
Ground ball sharply hit, dropped by Carpenter. He's going to have time. High throw, but Adams on the bag, so they get 1, but they won't get 2.
In celebration of Wrigley Field's 100th season, the Cubs and MasterCard have partnered to offer a limited number of MasterCard Century seats for every game during the 2014 regular season. Fans can use their MasterCard to purchase Upper Deck's box tickets for $19.14. For more information or to make your purchase, visit Cubs.com/Century Seats.
Brewers will be in town this weekend, and Ryan Braun is now active again. He had an oblique strain. Aramis Ramirez replaces him on the DL with a strained hamstring. They're hosting the Pirates, and the Brewers have a 2-1 lead as they go to the 5th. Braun is 0 for 1.
They had a big brawl the last time they got together.
They did. Neil Walker with a home run for the Pirates tonight. Garrett Cole and Marco Estrada.
Cole hit home run.
That might have been the matchup. Junior Lake to left. Will not carry this time as Holiday makes a catch.
Oh, those were the pitching matchups.
Pitching,
Cole hit
yeah.
a home run.
No, Gomez in the lineup and Cole on the mound. And Gomez was hit by a pitch.
Interesting. It's number 8 for Neil Walker.
2 outs now. Darwin Barney can work around him if they so choose, but Arrieta with a single in his first at bat. Here it is. It's low. Already in the 9th inning in Baltimore, the Orioles lead the Tigers 1-0. First inning Adam Jones home run has been it to this point. Ubaldo Jimenez 7 shutout frames for the O's. That is a battle of first place teams. 1-1. Barney tried to hold, and he did. According to Will Little.
Close pitch just off the outside edge. An almost swing. With a 2-1 count to Barney.
It's 2-2.
We talk a lot about how the win is an overrated statistic. I'm not trying to change anybody's mind about that because I think it is greatly. But it's hard not to appreciate Wainwright 105 and 59.
There's no question about it. He's an elite guy. He's won 19 games twice. He's won 20 games once. I should say 19 wins 3 times, including the 20-win campaign in 2010. He's finished in the top 3 in the National League Cy Young balloting 3 different times. Carpenter will pick it up. His throw to first, actually off the bag. Adams tags Barney, and the inning comes to an end. Cubs 2, Cards 1 in the 4th. Here's your Cubs injury report. A little bit too long for the organization's liking, and you see a couple of strained hamstrings for outfielders. Musial and Sweeney. Fujikawa recovering from Tommy John. James McDonald never really could get it going in spring training. Pedro Strop, Jose Barris rehabbing injuries as well. It's brought to you by the Illinois Bone and Joint Institute. Illinois Bone and Joint Institute, helping you move better so you could live better. Visit IBJI.com. Mark Ellis, strike one from Arrieta. Wainwright and Carpenter also do. Here's a 1-1. It's above the belt, and it's 2-1. Well, if Jake wants to get through 5 and qualify for a win, he's going to have to start getting ahead of some hitters. Going to get Ellis, though.
Whether the Cubs are home or on the road, guided tours of legendary Wrigley Field are available. Tours may include visits to the press box, clubhouses, dugouts, as well as a chance to actually step on the field. This must-see Chicago attraction houses 100 years of history. For game days and non-game day schedules, or to book your tour today, visit Cubs.com/tours.
On the corner to Wainwright. Caught more of the plate that time, 0-2. Arrieta to first, 2 outs. Looking for his first 1-2-3 inning tonight. I don't think he had one in his last start against the White Sox. We got Carpenter to line out. Remember, bases loaded with 2 outs back in the second inning.
Yeah, that was big because it came after the intentional walk to Ellis to get to Wainwright, and he ended up walking Wainwright. So there was a lot on the line there. He was able to get Carpenter to finish him off. Nothing on Carpenter. And Sandberg getting over what he calls food poisoning from the Phillies' time at Citi Field over the weekend. He has lost 6 pounds in a couple of days. As Carpenter walks. 5 now. Surrendered by Arrieta.
as you mentioned, Mike Trout. He's from Millville, New Jersey. And over 4,000 fans from that hometown of his. Philadelphia tonight, about 45 minutes south of Philly. Millville night is what the Phillies have called it. The mayor throwing out the first pitch.
Wow.
How about that?
Really?
Yeah.
That's very gracious of them.
Did you know Trout still lives at home in the offseason?
I do, yeah.
With his parents, yeah. Well, can you explain what happens to Jake Arrieta? I mean, he's had 2 stretches here in the last 2 innings, 7 straight misses.
Yeah,
Now,
yeah.
what, 6?
You know, normally you go, well, he's got bad mechanics and complicated delivery, and he doesn't. He's got a very simple delivery. I don't know if it's a matter of just not trusting his stuff. Giving the hitters too much credit, and then you put yourself in a hole where you have to give in to him, and so far he's been able to get away with it.
This could be playable. Long run, good attempt, but Barney just couldn't get there as there were 3 Cubs in the area.
Darwin with a quick look to find Rizzo and said, I got the best chance at this, so he calls for it, just runs out of time. Real tough angle for Rizzo. Typically you want your second baseman to be the guy to make that play, just didn't have enough time. Well, if it is a matter of Jake not trusting his stuff, there's pretty good evidence there that his stuff is plenty good. He's got a pretty good fastball hitter up there, 2-0, sitting dead red, and he's late on that heater.
Not a good throw, but dug out of the dirt by Rizzo.
What leads me to believe is just a little bit of a trust factor is the way he pitched Wainwright. So he got the opposing pitcher up there and it's boom, boom, boom. Threw the ball really crisply right where he wanted to, and then Carpenter got up there and all of a sudden he couldn't find the zone. So maybe just a little bit of lacking confidence in his stuff. And again, his stuff is really good.
By the way, that pickoff throw hit the dirt and the ball stayed in play. Across to deep center. Bonifacio, though, has room right up next to the 400 marker. And the inning comes to an end. Still 2-1 Cubs. Cubs baseball is brought to you by Budweiser, the official beer of Major League Baseball. Great times are waiting. Grab some Buds. Busch Stadium in St. Louis. Cool temperatures, damp conditions, but it's not raining. Cubs lead 2-1 as Jake Arrieta leads off the 5th inning, and he hits a pop-up behind second base that is snagged by Peralta for the out. Cubs 2, Cardinals 1. Cubs switch hitting Emilio Bonifacio. The Tigers were down to their final out in the 9th inning, down 1-0, as I mentioned, to the Orioles. And Miguel Cabrera hit a 3-run homer. Victor Martinez is homered. It's 4-1 Detroit. Got a final. R.A. Dickey beat Justin Masterson tonight in Toronto. Blue Jays over the Indians 5-4 the final.
Toronto gets back to 500 with the win. A tightly bunched AL East.
Bounce toward right and through the hole.
Wainwright got the ground ball he was hoping for. Bonifacio found the hole he was looking for. Here comes the MVP for the Cubs so far tonight. Straight change from Wainwright to get him started. Haven't seen many change-ups. Normally you don't from Wainwright. Throws a lot of curve balls, two-seam fastballs and cut fastballs. Looking for a different formula against Valbuena, who has had a lot of success against him.
Two-out 9th inning homer by Chase Headley off Aroldis Chapman, and the Padres beat the Reds 2-1. San Diego had 3 hits in that game. Starters were both great. Cashner 7 innings 1 run. Leake 8 innings 1 run. Pitch, curve, strike. Foul. So you're on a little research plan here to figure out why all the Tommy John surgeries.
Yeah, well, yeah, me and just about everybody else in baseball, right? I'm just, I'm curious because there's a lot of theories out there. Why are all these guys getting hurt? It seems like people are starting to rethink some of the assumptions that they've had. Tom Verducci had a good column today I was reading. It's hard to pin down. You have to talk to a lot of different people. Some people will say, well, it's all the throwing kids do when they're young. They play select ball and their regular season ball, and they play year-round baseball, and they're throwing all the time. That's not good. The Marlins claim they did everything right with Fernandez. Very careful, limiting his innings, his pitch count, his workload. Very closely monitored.
Swing and a miss, strike 3.
And now more and more you're hearing people talk about velocity. All these extreme hard throwers, they're able to build their arms up to the point where they can throw so hard that the ligaments can't take the stress that goes along with throwing a baseball 97 miles an hour. So I don't know. I'm just chatting up whenever I see scouts or other baseball people what their theories are.
if velocity is determined to be a factor, which would make sense. That's a tricky one, isn't it? Because then, are you going to tell pitchers at a certain level not to, especially if they have, quote, easy gas, you know, to let up off the gas pedal?
Exactly, especially when you've got a bunch of hitters who can turn around 91 pretty easily. You know, if you can throw 94, 95, that matters a lot. That's a conversation we had with Chris Musial the other day. You know, they're looking for arms, they're looking for velocity because the hitters can handle 91. A little tougher to catch up to 96-mile-an-hour fastball. So if you could throw 92 with good movement and great location and then reach back on occasion to get to 95, I guess that might help.
Well, it is interesting.
Verducci talks about lowering the mound. That may prove to be less stressful in the pitching arm,
and would benefit offense.
Yeah, that was the other part of the story that I found. Really, that was the part that I was most intrigued by, the fact that offense being what it is, down, especially from the 7th inning on. So in our sport, when the game is late and tight, when it should be the most dramatic, it moves the most slowly. In hockey, they're pulling the goalie. In football, they're going into the no huddle. It's rush, rush, rush. It's a sense of urgency. Basketball, they're pressing. And in baseball, we're working deep counts and making pitching changes.
Two on Rizzo. Here's a pitch. On a hop to Ellis, playing deep out there in the shift, and they get Rizzo. The inning is over on a 5-2-1 Cubs. The second consecutive start, Jake Arrieta with a lead exits after 4 innings. He walked 5 tonight, a ton of deep counts, and it's going to be Carlos Villanueva instead here in the 5th inning.
Yeah, so Arrieta obviously does not qualify for a win. Carlos Villanueva will have an opportunity to do that. He's 1-5 with an ERA of 8.34 through 9 ball games. Not had a lot of work since moving to the bullpen.
So Arrieta left after 81 pitches in his last start, leading 6-4 against the Chicago White Sox. 82 pitches, 4 innings, leading 2-1 here in St. Louis. Boy, and it would be nice to get Carlos a win. He's 1-5, as you saw. He's made 5 relief appearances in 4 starts. And inside on Matt Holliday, ball 1.
Yeah, and you know, Arrieta, unless he's has stiffened up or tightened up here, I'm sure he lobbied to stay in this ball game, and threw 81 pitches last time, 82. So he could have gone another inning, but I think Ricky Renteria's thinking is, man, he's walked 5, he's struggling with his command, protecting a 1-run lead here. Maybe this is the time I should make the move. Better now than too late. That pitcher who, he's kind of walking the tightrope all night tonight, but he had only allowed the 1 run. Renteria just fearful of exposing him to the middle of the Cardinal lineup for the 3rd time with that lack of command. And who knows, maybe there's a little element of incentive in there too. Like, Jake, we'd love to keep you in there to qualify for this win, but we've got to see a little more of an aggressive approach, more strikes early. Going to dangle that carrot a little bit.
The 2-1 is lifted in the air. Castro's waiting for some help, and Lake makes the grab. I think Starling could have caught it, but he obviously was thinking, I don't want to collide with my left fielder.
Yeah, and ideally you'd rather have the guy coming in make that play than the guy going back to the infield. That ball had a lot of backspin. It was just kind of moving back in toward the infield.
Craig, who struck out twice against Arrieta. Carlos really had problems in a starter's role. Gave him 35 hits in under 18 innings in 4 starts.
Where was that pitch? Yeah. That's where it was.
1-0. Now 1-1. Five innings in relief over 5 appearances for Villanueva. Has given up 2 runs.
Trying to work the bottom of that zone, just not getting any leeway from Paul Schreiber, the home plate umpire. Hammered foul. The ball ended up back on the field. I hope everybody's all right. A couple of ricochets. Fortunately, hit the back of a red seat. Three and 2.
Villanueva throws. Lofted down the right field line, and it will be a fair ball. Craig on his way to second, where he will stand with a double. Tying run is there with one out.
A little slider headed towards the outside part of the plate. Craig just reaches out, pokes it into the right field corner.
.31-year-old Yadier Molina. 11th year in the major leagues.
Carlos Villanueva, essentially the opposite of Jake Arrieta. Jake, a guy with plus stuff who struggles with command. Carlos, a guy who a little bit short in terms of his velocity, but typically has really good command of his pitches and very high pitcher's IQ. That's where he's gotten into trouble as a starting pitcher. He's usually good first or second time through the order, but third time through, and they've seen him, they've got a pretty good idea of his stuff, and he just doesn't have enough giddy up on that fastball to just beat you with his heater.
With a career best 44 doubles last year. Knocked in 80. Kind of hard to believe. 2012 he stole 12 bases. He is a smart, if not fast, base runner. And he's not fast. You can see it. Catching has really taken its toll on him over 1,200 games. Swing and a miss, 1 and 2. He's played basically a half a season in the postseason. 80 career games in the playoffs.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a habit around here lately.
The 1-2. He laid off the breaking ball. 2-2.
Well, that's a great example of what I was talking about with Carlos. If he was a guy who could throw that fastball up there at 94 miles an hour, that pitch is going to induce a lot of swings and misses. The guys are going to have to be quicker, to get to the fastball, so they're not going to be able to stay back and see the breaking ball that well.
Adams on deck. Craig the runner at second. Cubs leading by a run. And here's the 2-2. Driven to right, but Scherholtz drifting back will get it. Quickly fires it back in. Craig tagging, and now he's at third, 2 outs. Adams who knocked in their only run with an infield hit in the third inning. It's over in Baltimore, 4-1 Detroit. Big comeback win in the 9th for the Tigers. Got all 4 of their runs in that final inning. And the Angels held off the Phillies 4-3. Mike Trout went 1 for 5 in that ball game. 1-1 offering, swing and a miss on the changeup.
Mentioned earlier, Adams doesn't walk much. Pretty pitch, well executed by Carlos. 4 times all year he has walked. He's got a tying runner down there on third base, so he's looking to swing the bat here in this sequence. So really have to throw him any strikes the rest of the way. You probably get him to go after something out of the zone. If he does show discipline and take the walk, so be it. Relatively light right-handed hitter on deck.
Topped, and a little drop there by Villanueva, but time as he fires a strike. Probably the hardest fastball you'll see from him. Over to first. After 5, the Cubs lead 2-1. Here's a look at the Cubs' forward upcoming schedule. Wrap up the series on Thursday afternoon here in St. Louis, and then back home for 5. And we will greet you on WGN Sports. Leadoff man time, 1 o'clock on Friday, as the Brewers come to town. Ford, go further in any one of Ford's many fuel-efficient vehicles. Check out America's freshest lineup at your local Ford store or at localfordstores.com. It is 2-1 Cubs as Starlin Castro hits one out of the deep right center, but it will be handled by one Alan Craig.
Castro 0 for 3 tonight, but he's hit the ball well all 3 times up. Carpenter made a play on him his first time, lined out to center last time, and this ball pretty well struck out there to right field.
Nate Scherholtz, who actually was a third baseman originally, second round pick of the Giants back in 2003, from Northern California. Broke his bat. The ball is foul. The bat is fair, which means it's a strike.
Should do be. Pretty good carry on this one.
So if you ask Nate to give you all the nicknames of the teams he's played for since starting in the minor leagues, he might not be able to come up with all of them. But if he did, he'd say, well, I was a volcano, I was a giant, I was a sun, I was a defender, I was a grizzly.
A defender?
The Connecticut Defenders.
Eastern League?
They are in the Eastern League.
Never heard of them.
Yeah.
I used to have a pretty good grasp on the minor leagues. I've never heard of the Connecticut Defenders. And the Volcanoes.
The Salem Kaiser Volcanoes of the Northwest League. You have to think, if you're the play-by-play guy there, you're talking about the offense erupting quite a bit. And they play at Volcanoes Stadium. And he went around, and that's a strikeout.
Follow the Cubs with MLB.com at bat for your iPhone, iPad, Android, BlackBerry 10, or Windows Phone 8. Scores, stats, highlights, live audio, and more. Text at bat to 31826 or visit Cubs.com for details. Yeah, so they probably have like a big volcano that when they hit a home run, it spews ash and lava. Dollar bills. Used to be a tradition in the minor leagues. Guys would hit home runs, the fans would pass the hat.
Another broken bat, but a base hit this time for Wellington Castillo.
They may still do that in San Antonio. A long-lived tradition there. Well, two-hit night for Wellington tonight. He had one knock last night, slowly but surely starting to crawl out of this funk he's been in.
Lake steps in. And he couldn't hold on a bad curveball.
Wainwright has not been at his sharpest tonight. Cubs with 7 hits now. He's allowed base runners in every inning. But you do get the sense that the Cubs are going to have to add on here if they want to win this ball game. A lot to ask from the bullpen.
Over the top of a bender again. Got him. 3 straight curveballs, 2 strikeouts in the inning. And we go to the Cardinals 6. That's 2-1 Cubs. Cubs leading on a 2-run homer by Luis Valbuena earlier as we check out our Honda game summary. Adam Wainwright has had a couple of bad starts against the Cubs. He's been all right tonight, but still trailing right now. Start something special with great leases and low financing on a new Honda. Visit shophonda.com or visit your local Honda dealer. Villanueva trying to swoop in and grab a win here after the starter could not get through 5. As he faces Borges, Ellis, and Wainwright. There's a bunt. Pretty good one. Throw to first. Late. Ended up his backside there after making that throw.
And normally you see a guy bunt for a base hit. He's trying to push the ball down either the third or the first base line, and this one was intended to go towards third base, but the key, he was able to deaden it enough in kind of that happy zone out there between the catcher and the pitcher. Tough play for Castillo to get there, so Villanueva becomes the best option, and Borges' speed, a very difficult play to make.
Wainwright has made 93 pitches. I say that because he's on deck. I would not anticipate Mike Matheny pinch hitting for him here in the 6th, but we will see, depending on what happens here with Ellis. And Wainwright handles the bat pretty well.
They got 4 innings out of their starter last night, so they did work the bullpen a little bit, and Wainwright being their ace, I think in all likelihood he's going to get this at bat.
So with that in mind, this is a key batter really for both teams. For Villanueva, you feel like if you get Ellis in pretty decent shape this inning, and if you don't, Wainwright would be in a bunting spot. Probably will be either way.
That zone is tight. He has missed a lot of pitches back there tonight. Might start Borges here. He's twitching.
Not going, and a late swing by Ellis.
Borges certainly capable of stealing a base, and if you start the base runner, obviously you've got a much better chance of staying out of a double play unless Ellis hits a line drive at one of the infielders. Priority for Matheny here is to get Matt Carpenter in at bat with a man in scoring position before this inning is over.
Good curve. The trick bag for Villanueva is pretty big. One of the biggest among all pitchers. He can slide step you. He can throw you an ephus pitch. As you said, he'll cut it, sink it. Times he's mesmerized hitters with the handlebar mustache. That's yes. Gone for the time being.
Snidely whiplash out there. Yeah, I would think if you were to ask the Cubs catchers, if you're down catching a guy in the bullpen and setting up on that outside corner or wherever, which pitcher is going to hit the spot the highest percentage of the time. Carlos is probably that guy.
Maximum lead by Borges. He's just now able to barely get back on the dive on a good pick throw from Villanueva. Foul ball. Ooh, break there for the Cubs. That was close.
That could have been a turning point in this ball game. Just likely scores. Ellis is standing on second base, tied with nobody out. If there's Kevin Seagrass, hard-throwing left-hander, getting ready for the Cardinals.
Wainwright probably saying to Mark Ellis, "Get this at bat over with. You're making him think over there in the dugout." Now they got somebody up. 2-2. There he goes. And Ellis with an emergency hack. Bounced it foul.
Yeah, interesting. Ellis offering at that pitch like a hit and run player that he was trying to protect Borges. Again, more than capable of stealing a base. Best season in the big leagues in terms of stolen bases, 2011. He stole 22 that year. He stole 51 years in the minor leagues.
Popped him up, but it'll get back to the seats. The sixth. Cubs hanging on here 2-1. Asking the bullpen to finish him out.
Mostly stayed away from Ellis in this at bat. Maybe trying to throw a fastball in on his hands. This is pitch number 9 of this confrontation.
Good lead again by Borges. He's going to go. And Villanueva threw over. Just a little flinch. He looked runnerish. He looks stolen base-ish.
Yeah, he's trying to get that jump. Middle infielders will keep an eye on him. Ready to break if he breaks.
Or just not running. Another foul by Ellis.
Change up there. Carlos can't finish him off. Ellis can't put the ball in play.
This at bat could last for hours. It probably won't. Borges runs, another foul.
He's got him in swing mode, that's for sure. That ball was off the plate inside.
Borges doesn't run. Ground ball is going to stay fair, and Rizzo will step on first. Borges now at second. Wainwright looks into his dugout, and they're going to pull him back.
I'm surprised.
Matheny saying we've got to score some runs.
Yeah, I think it was because his club has been scuffling to score runs, but if you just look at the math of it all, what a typical pinch hitter does versus a guy like Wainwright who handles the bat well, I don't think you're getting a huge advantage here. John Jay clearly a better hitter than Adam Wainwright. 2 out of 8 in the pinch so far this year. Talk so often about what a difficult a job it is to come off that bench and deliver.
Pinch hitter Jay, the runner at second, bounces one off himself for a foul ball. Matheny banking on the idea of Jay or Carpenter coming up with a hit here. 2 shots at it. But it's 0-2 on the pinch hitter.
That's the nature of baseball, though, isn't it? It's basically a game of trade-offs. Now you're asking a little more from Mike Matheny. You're asking a little bit more out of your bullpen. He's got his ace out of the game. Wesley Wright getting ready for the Cubs. So that's kind of what you have to decipher down there in the dugout. How much of an upgrade? What are my chances with Jay Carpenter versus Wainwright and Carpenter getting this run home? And the other part of it, too, is Wainwright not at his best tonight.
That was a quality outing. 6 innings, 2 runs. But right now, trailing. Another 0-2 is outside. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Jay, 4 out of 15 in his career against Carlos Villanueva.
Well, so far this at bat, from all the reports I heard, is a lot like your round of golf yesterday.
Spraying it here and there.
Found the rough quite a bit. But at least you got out. That's all that matters.
See, if it ends with Jay throwing his club, then it's going to be a lot like my game. Kind of in protect mode right now, and with those swings, if I were Junior Lake, I'd probably cheat a little bit more towards that third baseline. They're really making Carlos work hard here. From his point of view, he just has to stay patient, continue to try to make pitches.
He just hit 90.
Yeah, he gets there every now and then. And well placed, too. You see the sequence, all the work away, down and away, and then takes a shot at trying to jam him with a fastball.
Go with a changeup here. No, back with a fastball.
Carlos calling Wellington out this time. Good night for foul balls. Everybody's going to have a souvenir before this one is over.
Carpenter waiting patiently or impatiently on deck. It's 2-2 on Jay. And here's a pitch.
Chase that breaker down in the dirt. That's what the conversation was prior to the pitch. Jay wouldn't bite. He's a good hitter. He's a lifetime 292 hitter in the big leagues. Lifetime 355 on base. Doesn't hit for a lot of power. His best home run season 10 back in 2011.
Runner goes toward third, ball four, throw there, safe. Borges just stole third base. So he's 90 feet away with only one out. It'll bring up Carpenter. The double play will be in order here.
Boy, what a great jump Borges got. He took a relatively modest lead, kind of lulled Carlos into sleep. And Carlos, with so many pitches to John Jay, really focusing all of his attention there. Borges takes advantage of it. Swipes third base, a higher risk play, of course, with the left-handed hitter up. And a huge play to get there with just one out in the inning. I think we're going to get Wesley Wright to face Carpenter.
Well, as they play Sweet in the background, we'll have a pitching change. have runners at first and third with one out. Matt Carpenter due up, and it's left-hander Wesley Wright on the work.
0-1 with the 238 is Wesley. The one loss came in his last outing. That was Friday in Atlanta. He came in, allowed a hit, a couple of walks, didn't get anybody out. Braves won that ball game 3-2. Prior to that, he'd been on a very nice roll. Turned in 11 consecutive scoreless outings. This isn't so much about the runs that are charged to him, but that one down there on third base, that belongs to Carlos Villanueva, representing the tying run. Big chance for Wesley Wright to be a hero here and get out of this mess.
Borges at third, Jay the runner at first. Cornermen in, back up the middle. A shot at 2, and Wright will throw over.
Keep playing his outing in Atlanta the other day was a pickoff throw to first base. Jason Hayward had walked and then was going as Wesley tried to pick him off, and he was able to steal second. Thinking about trying to get Carpenter to roll over, maybe on a slider or a curveball. Playing for 2 in the middle.
The pitch up and in. Arrieta for 4, Villanueva for 4 outs, and now the left-hander Wright. And we've got a ways to go. We're only in the 6th. Ground ball slowly hit. Don't think they can turn 2, and they weren't going to get any. Castro had a good grip on that ball as he flipped it to Barney. Borges is in. It's 2-2, and they have 2 on with 1 out for Peralta.
A tough break for Wright. He induces some weak contact, and that actually worked against him. An inside-out swing. This ball's got a little slice spin on it. Castro, in his haste, he's thinking 2. In all likelihood, they weren't going to get 2. And to be honest, he really had to hurry just to get 1 there anyway.
Fielder's choice RBI and an error on Castro, allowing Jay to reach second. Two tie. Run charge to Villanueva. The ground ball into left for a base hit. And they have the lead as Jay scores. Mike Matheny's decision to pitch hit Jay for Wainwright not only pays off, but now Wainwright would qualify for the win. And that error by Castro looming very large.
Yeah, Wainwright was disappointed about being pulled into the dugout for the pinch hitter. His attitude has probably changed significantly with this sequence of events.
Well, we talked about outfield throws last night, and we've talked to Ricky about just decisions in terms of getting outs. And as you said, it was going to be very difficult to get the double play to get out of the inning.
Yeah.
And because he kind of made that quick flip, they didn't get anybody out. As you said, it was going to be close at second anyway.
Yeah, I'd like to look at it again because I think if he plays it conservatively, I'm not so sure that they get him there at second anyway. I mean, that was a tough play.
It might have just been a bad throw, you know. As I said, I'm not sure if he got a good grip on it, but the throw really tailed on him. At any rate, Holiday fouls back. Let's see how close it would have been.
Yeah, I think, you know, if you see the lead and the jump that Jay got there, that was a good look at it from that wide angle. I think the accurate throw gets him, but I think the haste is justified.
Yeah.
At times we've criticized his baseball clock, hurries when he doesn't have to, takes his time when he should hurry, but I think that time he did have to try to be quick there, and that forced the errant throw.
Wright will throw to first. A little slip there by Rizzo, but they do get Holiday.
And a quick survey of the situation by Wright, and he decides he's only got one option at first base. Bit of an errant throw. That could have been disastrous.
2 in scoring position for Craig. The pitch. That will land foul. Carpenter tied it. Peralta gave them the lead, and they're both still on base. On a hop, it's played perfectly by Darwin Barney, and the inning is over, but they get 2. And for the first time tonight, the Cardinals have the lead 3-2. Into the 7th. Hey, Wrigleyville Rooftops has premier seating for up to 200 guests for corporate gatherings, family reunions, and bachelor or bachelorette parties. Individual and group tickets are available for all games. For more details, go to WrigleyvilleRooftops.com or call 773-248-ROOF. You see they've got rooftop seats over there in the Ballpark Village across Clark Street. Their own Clark Street bordering the ballpark here in St. Louis. Left-hander Kevin Segrist.
Those are part of the stadium. The rooftop there. Well, you buy a ticket, don't you? Or no? No, I guess not. I guess you can.
I don't know how the ticket situation works, but I know those weren't there last year.
Yeah, no, I don't. But I mean, I think they're part of the program here. It's not like independently owned.
Correct. Yeah, good point.
I believe.
It's Neil Ramirez in the bullpen for the Cubs as Darwin Barney will lead it off.
I'll be ready to hit the fastball. He's got a good one. He throws it better than 90% of the time. Flip the curveball up there every now and then, but for the most part, it's high octane gas headed your way.
He winds and delivers and gets a swing and a miss.
Piece. How about that?
Changeup, yeah. Jason Hamill, Michael Wacha, or Micah Wackel, however you prefer, tomorrow night. Jeff Samardzija and Lance Lynn Thursday afternoon. Kind of like Micah Wackel.
Mike Wackel. Waka.
Bundled up tonight. Yes, that man will be looking for his first win. What'll be his 9th start on Thursday.
I love Travis Wood's comments after the Cup blowout last night. The first thing I did when I got in the clubhouse was found Jeff and gave him a hug. Sorry, man. He's got 17 last night.
Broken bat, one hopper to the third baseman, Carpenter. Barney's out. Mike Alt will pinch hit for Wright.
Could be fun.
Changeup misses. He homered again last night. Oppo. Carlos Gomez, back tightness. To leave the Brewers game tonight against Pittsburgh. Swing and a miss on 95. Brewers, however, lead 5-1 over the Pirates in the 8th. Two and two. Alt with a break there as that ball looked like it was strike 3. See 4 homers over his last 6 games, leading the league's rookies in homers and RBIs. Everybody kind of froze here.
Again, this has been the strike zone all night. There's been nothing for the pitchers on either side down around the knees.
Ball 4. Alt is aboard.
Unwilling to give in. Tying run reaches. Cardinals bullpen has the 3rd highest bullpen ERA in the National League. We've converted 10 out of 14, so they've had their problems.
Blondie song hanging on the telephone. to get the baseball project to write hanging in the bullpen. Got to be a lot of good fodder for a 3-minute rock song. What do you guys talk about out there in the first 4 or 5 innings when?
Well,
not much happening.
Yeah, who knows? They had lunch, a golf game.
2-0 on Bonifacio.
How much they hope the starter goes 9 so they don't have to pitch.
Tonight, just trying to stay warm.
It's really such a unique place in sports when you think about it. They're obviously part of the team, but they're out there sequestered in their own little world, and it could be the most relaxed place for most of the night. Guys are just hanging out, chewing gum, spitting seeds, telling goofy stories, and then that phone rings and chaotic. Everybody goes into scramble mode.
Big leg kick, and the 2-1 is a strike. It's even. And not all bullpens are made the same. Did you ever sit in a bullpen in Detroit? A submarine deal?
Recall going down there. The dugout kind of felt like a little bullpen. Not a whole lot of room there either.
The famous or infamous story of Citizens Bank Park. The Phillies had the upper bullpen until they realized the fans were right on top of them, and they thought, I think we'll give that to the visitors.
Billy Wagner decided that needed to happen.
Lefty coming back. And it's full, 3-2.
Shown an inclination to throw more changeups here tonight than the numbers indicate. As I mentioned, for the season he came in throwing 92% fastballs.
Another 3-2. He struck him out. Alt on the move. Strike him out. Throw him out. Getting over just like that. 3-2 Cards. That probably went 2-4. Fan cam.
But you can't be their friend. I'm calling you on a blue telephone. Blue telephone. The shadows in the hallway cloud my eyes. Like blackbirds in a gray southern sky.
Well, what a beautiful song by Pete Special. That's called Blue Telephone. And we lost a good one. Pete recently passed away. He was the band leader for Big Twist and the Mellow Fellows, great R&B band through the 80s in Chicago. He actually toured with the band when they toured without Robbie Robertson, so he played with Levon Helm and Rick Danko. And he will be missed. Pete Special. You can send us your Cubs selfies at hashtag WGN Cubs for an upcoming fan cam segment. Here's Neil Ramirez facing Yadier Molina.
Neil's been really good. He had one bad outing so far. Everything else has been clean, and it's added up to a very impressive slate. A 159 ERA, just a 150 batting average against. Only walked one while striking out 10. 5 2/3. So not a lot of big league time yet, but what he's done so far has been impressive. Mid-90s fastball, slider, and a curveball.
I should note Brandon Bales kind of bailing me out on hanging on the telephone. The Nerves originally did that. That was Peter Case and Paul Collins before Case formed the Plimsolls and Collins formed the Beat. Some good power pop knowledge.
Yeah. I'm going to have to download that onto my cassette.
Ooh, it almost hit him. It's 1-2 on Molina.
Well, Molina likes to go the other way. You have to crowd him. Just work him middle of the way. You're doing him a favor. Every now and then he'll double cross you and turn on one. Hard in to set up something away here. I referenced earlier that Tom Verducci article I was reading earlier today about arm injuries, and then just kind of went off into the state of the game. Lack of offense in the late innings because of the way the modern bullpen is utilized and the quality of arms that every club can run out there. There's a lot of games where it's just not a lot of balls put in play in the 7th, 8th, and 9th innings. These guys throwing 95-mile-an-hour fastballs. Tom was making the point, and I tend to agree with him, it might be time to try to tip the scales back in favor of the hitter a little bit. I'm not sure. He talked about lowering the mound. I feel like I'm abandoning the fraternity by saying that. But
yeah, I don't have an issue with the lower scoring games per se, but yeah, you would like a little more action, maybe a little more contact. Obviously, the pace of game is an issue that.
Right, and so you've got that perfect storm, right, of guys with plus stuff late in games, with hitters who've mostly been taught now to think about working walks or driving the ball out of the ballpark. So most guys aren't willing to cut down on their swing and try to slap the ball the other way. And I don't remember the number, but he said that the batting average in Major League Baseball from the 7th inning on, 240 maybe, whatever it was really low, and it was, it had only been matched like 3 other times in the last 100 years.
Well, what it does tell you is you better get a lead going into the late innings. Two and two on Adams.
Yeah, it's very difficult to come from behind now in the late innings. And even the really good clubs will only do it a handful of times over the course of the season.
And think about how often teams switch closers. It feels like there are a lot of late inning problems, but by and large, teams just do get closed out. Base hit, Matt Adams, the second of the night. Is it possible the threshold for the amount of blown saves you can handle has gotten to the point where if you blow 2 in a row and all of a sudden there's massive panic?
Time to make a change.
Borges, a big part of the reason the Cardinals were able to come back and take the lead. He bunted his way on. Look out. To start the 6th. He eventually stole 3rd and scored the tying run on the Carpenter fielder's choice.
So the article that Verducci wrote at SI.com, Major League average in innings 7 through 9 is 240. Only 3 full seasons ever have been worse: 1888, 1908, and 1968. I think it would be exciting baseball if we were to go back to a game where, there are more guys like Borges who are looking to slap the ball around the field and utilize their speed.
It's going to take Castro right to second base, and that's how you double up Peter Borges. Blue telephone to break. 3-2 Cardinals.
But you can't be their friend. I'm
Cubs baseball, brought to you by Budweiser. Great times are waiting. Grab some buds. Ford, manufacturers of America's best-selling brand. Check out our best-selling lineup at your local Ford store or online at localfordstores.com. And by Xfinity, your home for the most live sports. Back here in St. Louis. 3-2 Cardinals. The Cubs 2 runs coming on a homer by Valbuena, and he shows bunt against Segrist. 1 ball, no strike. 6 outs to work with. Cubs down 1. Rizzo and Castro here in the Cubs' 8th. Segrist started the 7th, walked, pulled with 1 out, but then got to strike him out, throw him out to end the inning. Houston just shut out Texas 8-0. Dallas Keuchel went the whole way. 108 pitches, 7 hits, 7 strikeouts, no walks to beat the Rangers. He's 4-2.
Yeah, he's pitched really well. A finesse left-hander, but he's figured some things out.
So Dallas pitching for Houston beat Texas.
In Arlington. No, in Houston. I guess it was meant to be. Sooner or later, it had to be. The Rangers have absolutely owned the Astros. 22 out of 24, the Rangers have won against them, something like that.
Kansas City beat the Rockies 5-1. Royals at 500 at 19 up, 19 down. Final in New York, the Mets 12, the Yankees 7, as Valbuena went around. Second consecutive strikeout for Segrist.
Mechanics remind me a little bit of a left-handed version of Jeff Samardzija, the way he kind of rocks back, turns his shoulders a little bit to home plate, make sure he keeps his weight back. Assignment for these left-handed hitters.
So we'll need a second to gather his thoughts. One now. In the 8th in Minneapolis, Red Sox and Twins knotted at 6 apiece. David Ortiz against his former team has homered twice.
Is that guy ever going to run out of gas?
Doesn't feel like it. Ball 4. First time Rizzo's reached tonight.
Good at bat. You know how tough Segrist could be on lefties, but the ability to work a walk, pays off. He's also going to get secrets out of the game with Castro coming up. That's Carlos Martinez.
We'll be back. 3-2 Cardinals in the 8th. In right, looks like Craig has gone to first. Is that right? So Adams is out. Okay. Double switch action as Carlos Martinez will take over on the mound.
Hard throwing sinker baller, 0-2 with a 435 through 18 appearances. He hits 240 against him. He's allowed runs in 3 of his last 4 outings. Had a tough weekend in Pittsburgh. Allowed 3 runs in one of those games. Got a blown save. Ending in the third, 2 hits and a run in another appearance. A 6-5 Cardinal win on that occasion.
Had been some talk about Martinez joining their rotation at some point if needed. And remember, Tyler Lyons just went on the DL. That ball hit pretty well, but Holiday in left center is going to make the catch. So that's the second out. But with Lyons out, they're saying possibly Jaime Garcia may be ready to come back as early as this weekend, recovering from shoulder surgery. Well, you said it earlier, Castro 0 for 4, but has had some good swings tonight.
Yeah, he put the ball in the barrel all night long, but nothing to show for it.
Swinging strike on Sherholtz. It's James Russell up in the Cubs bullpen.
Martinez was up for 21 games last year with the Cardinals. 1 start, and then was pretty busy in the postseason. Worked 12 times during their playoff run.
It's over in Milwaukee. The Brewers beat the Pirates 5-2. Too early to contemplate the standings too specifically, but with Milwaukee's win, St. Louis now 6 games out, even though they're in second place. 1-2.
Guessing that's an 88-mile-an-hour power changeup there. So double switching here. I'm guessing Matheny's contemplating bringing Carlos Martinez back out for the 9th, perhaps.
Gives him that option. That pitch you just saw, by the way, is not one he throws very often. 2-2. Rosenthal, who got into and eventually out of some major trouble to preserve their win Sunday night in Pittsburgh. Ground ball to second in the outfield grass. It's Ellis to end the inning. That'll take us to the bottom of the 8th. Still 3-2 Cardinals.
My God.
The Cardinals lead. The Cubs had a 2-0 edge on a home run by Luis Valbuena in the 3rd. St. Louis got 1 off Jake Arrieta in the bottom of that inning, and then 2 charged to Carlos Villanueva, 1 unearned run. In the 6th inning, we're now in the bottom of the 8th. Neil Ramirez back out in his 2nd inning. Facing Mark Ellis with Butler on deck and then Carpenter. James Russell's waiting in the bullpen. We'll probably get Carpenter depending on what happens with the first 2 hitters. With that loss tonight, the Pirates are 8.5 out and 6 games under 500. Still early, but these games count just as much as they do in September.
Yeah. That's the old, well, it's too early to panic. And then you get later in the year and you're too far out and you're like, well, there's no reason to panic now. We're too far out. It's just a very small window of panic opportunity, really. Somewhere between Memorial Day and June 17th is the time to panic if you're way out. typically what happens is all the players will get a text message from the manager. Boys, it's time to panic.
It feels like Joe Madden would be the guy to send that
Yes.
text. He'd probably tweet it.
Yep. In case you were wondering, fellas, it's panic time. They're out in Seattle now, so he likes to do those themed road trips.
They do the Woodstock theme?
Yeah, they're all hippied up.
See something on Twitter about cheap cologne that
that was
he's working on too?
He had that in the clubhouse. He wants guys to splash on. He's got like stuff from the 70s, I guess, like, high karate and whatever fragrance guys were wearing back then.
Two pitch. Ground ball is going to be backhanded by Castro. He got rid of it in a hurry, and the pick by Rizzo. Good teamwork.
Deep in the hole goes Castro, and he doesn't really have a whole lot of time to set up, so he relies on that strong arm and then a little help from Rizzo on the other end.
Butler, first plate appearance. He took a healthy hack at that.
Just stuck my head in the radio booth there last half inning, and those guys were onto the cologne story next door too. And Coomer said that Eddie Murray used to splash it on before the games. So Coomer would be playing first base, and Eddie would come down and Coomer, "Man, you smell good tonight, Eddie." He said, "Looking good, smelling good, feeling good."
There's a fine radio crew. Pat and Ron in the front. Matt and Judd.
Circle takes the square.
One and two to Butler.
Well, I'm assuming that's Rosenthal. Somebody's up there in the Cardinal bullpen.
Swing and a miss.
If I had a telestrator. So we got Pat Hughes down there in the Charlie Weaver square. Judd's got a little Paul Lim working. Oh, Ronnie, is he? Wally Cox, and Boltsy up there is Charo.
And with that, we will have a pitching change. 3-2 Cardinals. Charo. Carpenter.
And Carpenter hangs in there pretty well against left-handed pitching, but certainly worth taking every advantage you can get in a one-run ball game. So James Russell comes on to try to finish things off here in the bottom of the 8th.
Nobody on. Strike called. Castillo, Lake, Barney, the Cubs scheduled 3 in the 9th. Russell's 1-2 is outside.
A lot of pitches, doesn't he, Carpenter?
Yep. And it seems like he doesn't mind and maybe even likes hitting with 2 strikes.
Sees a lot of pitches, gathers information. Any number of hitters could see a lot of pitches tonight. It's been a tight strike zone.
See if Valbuena has a play. He will to end the inning. We'll go to the 9th inning. It's the Cardinals 3 and the Cubs 2. Ryan Sandberg fan hoping for a late inning comeback. Cubs are only down 1, and they will face Trevor Rosenthal.
Hard-throwing right-hander, but he's had some control problems this year, so if you're patient, you might be able to work a walk. You see 10 free passes, 16 in the third innings of work for Rosenthal with that ERA now approaching 5. He has converted all of his save opportunities so far.
Up a run, loaded the bases with a 2-run lead on Sunday night in Pittsburgh, and then got a 1-2-3 double play ball to get out of it.
He's been known to reach triple digits with his fastball.
So that baseball reference number, every batter gives you the percentage in terms of the team that's ahead that it'll win the game. So they have a 6-4 lead going into the 9th inning, bottom of the 9th inning on Sunday night. So the Cardinals had a 93% chance of winning that game. In a matter of 4 batters, it went down to 28% before he got out of it.
And so even with the lead, because of the base out situation, the odds had swung heavily in favor of the Pirates.
Yeah. So when the bases were loaded, first and third in a 1-run game with nobody out, it had gone to 72% chance the Pirates win the game. But he found a way out of it. Well struck, but Butler playing deep. Castillo hit it right at him.
A 1-run ball game. They're going to take away the extra base hits if they can, so they'll be tight to the lines in the infield, at least on the pull side, and deep in the outfield. Rosenthal throwing 98 miles an hour, I don't know if it wouldn't make more sense to guard the line on the offside, on the first base line for Lake.
Pitch to Junior is too low. 43-627, although a lot of them have left. As we near 11 o'clock here in St. Louis, it is a school night. It's gotten rather cold. So the Cardinals with a 1-run lead. Not enough to keep a lot of the fans here in the ballpark. Base hit. Tying run is on.
Rosenthal went away from his strength, threw Junior Lake the breaking ball, and he jumped all over it. And that's interesting. That's just a case of pitching to the scouting report on the hitter. And you hear pitchers all the time say, well, I prefer to pitch to my strength. I don't want to get beat with my second best pitch. Things of that nature. But that was an instance where they felt like Junior struggled so much with breaking balls that would be the way to go. He made a mistake with it, and Junior made him pay.
One and one to Barney.
what a weapon Molina is behind the plate. He'd love to try to steal a bag here down the run.
I was just thinking the same thing. You got good wheels over there at first, but it'd be too risky. Pitch is high. It's 3-1. Cubs came back against Craig Kimbrell the other night. Fireballing closer the Braves. Let's see if they can get to Rosenthal here. Ball 4.
Yeah.
Comes Derek Lilliquist. 2 on with only 1 out, and it's Coghlan. Just in case Rondon is up in the bullpen.
So 2 schools of thought here with Chris Coghlan coming to the plate against Rosenthal, who just walked Darwin Barney. One, well, he's misfiring, so maybe take a pitch. You could play it that way, or you could say, well, he just walked a guy. He's got to try to get the jump on me. He might throw me a pretty good fastball. Should be looking to put a good swing on one.
First at bat of the night for Coghlan. Part of that 9th inning rally Friday night in Atlanta. He scored the tying run. Here we go. Strike call.
Shooting for and just catching the inside corner at 96. Right down the Broadway at 97.
Called strike 3. Coghlan never could pull the trigger in that plate appearance. And it's going to be up to Bonifacio with 2 outs.
Pitch number 2 was the best one to hit. The first one was on the inside corner. Second one out over the plate a little bit. And the third one a changeup. And after 96-97, fooled by that changeup.
The Cardinal outfielders playing in just a little bit against the slap hitting Bonifacio. So Lake's got to get a pretty good jump here with 2 outs. Ball 1. A 3-2 Cardinal lead in the 9th. Singled with 1 away. Barney walked. Now there are 2 gone. Swing and a miss.
Well, you could argue, well, gee, they should be playing no doubles, right, with the go-ahead run on first base. But most managers are going to play it this way. They've got the lead. They're in the 9th inning. They've got their closer on the mound. They're going to do everything they can to protect that lead.
Rosenthal has a sign. Here's a pitch. Pulled to right. Butler plays it on a bounce. And the Cubs have tied it. Well, that ball hung up there for a while. I thought Butler was going to catch it, but it dropped down, and Bonifacio comes through. It's 3-3.
How about that? For the second time on this road trip, the Cubs get to the opponent's closer. Kimbrel in Atlanta, and now Rosenthal here. And Butler very tentative going after this line drive off the bat of Bonifacio. How about that for a clutch hit?
A little off the end of the bat. I just thought that ball had more carry than it did. Maybe Butler did too. As Valbuena fouls out to Craig. That ends the inning. But they get to Rosenthal for the game-tying run. Into extra innings. And another game that's in overtime. We're trying to get to the 10th.
Well, James Russell remains on the mound for the Cubs here in the bottom half of the ninth with Peralta, Holiday, and Craig due up for the Cardinals. 2, 3, 4 in their batting order. Saw Rondon up earlier. And he would have been used had the Cubs taken the lead. Ramirez has been used. Scrim and Schlitter from the right side remain.
Fouled back.
I'm not sure about their availability. They both pitched in the ball game last night.
James with a 1-1. It's too low.
Get Peralta to chase the changeup. It's a good pitch for him against right-handed hitters who are batting .200 against Russell this year. Not a lot of looks. 2 out of 10. No home runs.
Hitter with the advantage now. It's 3-1. Castro pick it up. and get the out.
Good pitch there by Russell on 3-1. Had to throw a strike, but it kept it down around the knees with good movement. Check the location. Probably wouldn't have gotten a call there because that's been a ball all night long, but that's a quality pitcher's pitch. Comes outfielders. No doubles to the extreme here with Holiday up.
Fielded foul. Craig on deck. We're in the bottom of the ninth. The Cubs tied it on a Bonifacio 2-out single in the top of this inning. Wine in the 2-1 pitch. Strike called. 2-2.
Schreiber, no doubt, hearing it from the Cardinal bullpen, something along, or the dugout rather, something along the lines of "all night long." That's been a ball.
The best Lionel Richie. Yeah. Swing and a miss. Strike 3.
If I were Paul, I would have turned towards their dugout. Well, yeah, I finally got it right. Good change up here by Russell. Up, but really sold it well. Turned it over a little bit. Got Holiday out in front.
Cubs 4-3 against the Cardinals this year.
Just 7-12 against St. Louis last season. They've won one series so far this year, and it was against the Cardinals. They took 2 out of 3 back at Wrigley at the beginning of the month. If they win this one, they'll guarantee a split of this 4-game set.
Russell's 1-1, misses the outside. 2 balls and a strike.
Craig normally likes to shoot the ball the other way, go alley to alley, but in a count like this, he might be looking to pull to inflict some damage. Keep this ball down and away.
Full count with Molina on deck. A fly ball to right. Coughlin will grab it, and we're going to go to extras. Second time on the trip. to the 10th, 3-3. Extra innings, 3-3 tie. Cardinals 0-3 in extras. Cubs 1-4. Sam Freeman. Cardinals made some roster moves today. It's one of their latest additions.
From Memphis, where he was 0-1 with a 378.
Appearing with the Cardinals for the first time this season.
It's 13 times for him last year, 24 times in 2012.
1-0 to Rizzo. Strike call. Freeman, a 32nd round pick of the Cardinals out of the University of Kansas in 2008. Here's his pitch. Missed the outside.
Throws hard. There's Brian Schlitter.
Three and one. And a leadoff walk.
0 for 3 tonight, but 2 walks worked by Rizzo, and this one comes at a critical time, leading off the 10th.
Well, good to see Starlin get another at bat because he's had some good ones tonight and has not been rewarded. He's lined out twice, tired on a great play by Carpenter in the second.
Got to stop using the barrel. Broken bat flare somewhere might work.
Freeman was born in Houston. He's 26. 5'11", 170. Here's his 1-0 pitch. It is a ball.
Wow.
2-0.
Wow. Pretty much the same spot. Tad bit higher.
Three and one. Travis Wood is on deck to hit for Russell.
The only guys left on the bench, other than pitchers, Baker and Kalish, both left-handed hitters.
The 3-1, the Astros hit foul. I'm sure it's a daily conversation between Rick Renteria and the front office. Cubs right now with an extra bullpen arm. They've got 3 lefties and 5 righties. But it does, and it has. We've seen it affect some of Ricky's moves, maybe letting a starting pitcher get 1 extra at bat. We see Wood on deck, who can handle the bat, but with that short bench, sometimes you like to have that extra guy. As Rizzo was on the move, and that's tapped foul by Castro.
Yeah, and sometimes you wonder if you wouldn't be better off having Bonifacio on your bench most nights because of his flexibility and ability to hit from both sides of the plate. But then you take your table setter out of the lineup. You can't afford to do that.
And now they'll throw over.
Last inning I was thinking maybe Kalish would hit for Darwin off of Rosenthal, but you had no other infielders. Nobody was going to come in and play second base. Olt had already been used.
And you could use Bonifacio.
No, that's true. They could have just put Kalish in the outfield and moved Bonifacio in.
Rizzo goes, swing and a miss, strike 3. Rizzo's going to be out by a mile. Well, his job's not really to steal the bag. It's to make some things happen to stay out of a double play. And instead, 2 outs.
Irony is that's the second strikeout throw out double play tonight. The burden's on the hitter to put the ball in play. Freeman delivers a good changeup. Castro, you normally can count on to make contact, comes up empty. Not even close there at second base. Normally in that situation, you'll tell your runner, yeah, we're starting you, we're expecting the ball to put in play, but treat it like a stolen base. It's a little tougher with a left-handed pitcher on the mound. You don't want to get picked off there, so you have to make sure he commits to going home. Again, what a weapon Yadier Molina is. The thing about Travis Wood is, some pitchers would get called upon to pinch hit, and they go up there and they're just flailing away, hoping to run into one and hit it out of the ballpark. He just gives you a good at bat.
Congrats to the Chicago Blackhawks. Guess who?
I got it on a text from my daughter.
The man who always scores in OT, Patrick Kane. So they have eliminated the Wild in 6 games. 2-2 on the pinch hitter, Travis Wood. Rondon and Schlitter Swing and the miss. Promising start to the inning, wasn't it? Rizzo's walk. 3-3. Face Molina, a pinch hitter, and Peter Borges.
Another big fella, 2-1 with a 377, now on for the 16th time. Good job by James Russell. 1 1/3 clean, no hits, no runs, no walks. He had a strikeout. Ryan worked a scoreless inning last night with a similar line. No hits, no walks, 1 strikeout. He threw 16 pitches. This will be his 5th appearance on the road trip.
Out Brian Schlitter. See the bat?
Like a jart. It's a late movement. Ball moves off the barrel in towards the hands.
Well, they're using a pitcher too to hit. Daniel Descalzo, career ERA of 0. Got Mike Alt to fly out to end the top of the 9th last night.
Yeah, he's throwing, 84, 85 miles an hour. Nice, solid delivery.
Lake will make the waist-high grab for the 2nd out of the inning. Borges with 2 outs.
Saw him peek down to third base. prior to the pitch to find out where Valbuena was. He's in a little bit, tight to the line. Looked to me like he was trying to get out in front of that fastball, try to pull it through that hole.
Well, the old guy's got something left in the tank. How about tonight in Arizona? Bronson Arroyo beat Steven Strasburg. Not only did he win the game, he went the distance, gave up 1 run. 3-1 Diamondbacks, the final. 1-2.
Yeah, he's kind of turned it on after a slow start. I think the lack of a real spring training hurt him. He'll end up pitching pretty well for that club, I imagine.
Swing and a miss to send us to the 11th in a 3-3 tie. Now working for the Cardinals.
Well, we saw Pat last night. Boy, he's been good. 19 appearances. Been busy, too. 1.08 ERA, 16 2/3, just 7 hits allowed. And check out the strikeout to walk ratio. 3 free ones, 20 punch-outs. Glittering numbers.
Face catcher Castillo, who is 2 out of 4 tonight. Chris Parmelee, game-ending homer, bottom of the 9th. 8-6 Twins over the Red Sox.
Fastball, slider, and a change for Neshek. And for a guy with that funky delivery, gets a little something on his fastball.
2-1. Two and two. Marlins down again tonight. They're in the 7th at Dodger Stadium, trailing LA 5-1. If they don't come back, it would be their 5th straight loss. It would drop them to 500.
5 losses and lost their ace.
Yeah.
There's a little cloud hovering over that club right now.
White Sox getting drilled at the Coliseum. 9-0 A's as they play the 7th inning there. Rough night again for Scott Carroll. 5 innings, 11 hits, 6 runs. Cubs cuffed him around his last start. Popped up by Castillo and a backpedaling Johnny Peralta. Swing and a miss by Lake. Yeah, the Marlins announced at Dodger Stadium tonight that Jose Fernandez does have a significant tear in his pitching elbow. And Tommy John surgery has been recommended by their team doctor. Lake sends one up in the air, foul territory, and Carpenter in front of the visiting dugout. 2 outs. Barney looks at a strike. Getting a little cold here in St. Louis. Braves 5-0 over the Giants in the 7th. Giants beat them last night. Here's a 1-2 from Neshek. And we'll do it again. Freddie Freeman, 2 hits, 2 RBIs, 2 runs. Mike Minor into the 7th. Shutout baseball tonight. 79 degrees in San Francisco, and it's got to be about 50 here in St. Louis.
Mike Minor, this is his first start, isn't it?
I don't think it's his first. It's one of his first. I think it's his third start of the year.
So we just missed him. He had been in the rotation.
Right. Yep.
I thought he was still hurt when we were in Atlanta.
Okay, 56. Feels colder than that, I have to be honest.
It's damp.
There you go. And Barney strikes out. Neshek, 1, 2, 3 to the top of the 11th. Of the 11th, we'll have Ellis, Butler, and Carpenter. Trying to avoid going 2 under for the first time this season. Yeah, we started the night with a large audience, 43,627. Many of them have headed for other destinations.
Going bed. We're down to about the
La La Land.
2,627 or so. Hardy folks hanging out. We'll wait this one out and see how it ends up. Bullpens have been really, really good.
Ellis 0 for 3 was intentionally walked back in the second. Was lined out to center, grounded to first, grounded to short. Second inning for Schlitter, who went 1, 2, 3 in the 10th. Secret weapon. Nice play, Jose Oquendo.
Speaking of position players who pitched.
You know, that was Ricky Renteria's nickname, the secret weapon, with Florida. Because he hit .318 with runners in scoring position with the Florida Marlins. Chop to the shortstop Castro, and that's the first out.
Maybe Ricky should insert himself into the game as a pinch hitter here.
Yeah. Butler into the game in the 8th to play right. This is his second at bat. He struck out against Neil Ramirez. He looks at one high. Big league debut last year, 4 for 12 with the Rangers for Joey Butler. Seth Maness up in the Cardinal pen. Cardinals fortunate they added 2 pieces to their bullpen today.
Cardinals have not had a base runner since the 7th.
Line shot right field. Coughlin puts the clamps on it.
Well struck. Bad aim.
So it's Carpenter with 2 outs. Hitless in the series. Does have an RBI and a walk tonight. Mariners with a late lead over the Rays, 1-0, as they will go to the 9th in Seattle. Price and Iwakuma each have gone 8. Even Price with 10 strikeouts. He could get a loss. He wouldn't get a loss in my system,
no,
though.
He would not.
8 innings, 1 run.
That would be a tough loss, and it wouldn't
would
qualify.
Not count, yes. Strike call, 2-1.
Rays 7 games under 500, 5.5 back in the AL East. If they fall out of contention, pretty good chance he gets traded, right?
Could happen, yeah.
Pretty good haul for him.
Going in, the 2-2.
Ooh.
Now it's full.
Was it in? Maybe a wee bit down.
Carpenter sends a fly ball out into deep right center. Coghlan and Bonifacio after it. Bonifacio with the catch on the warning track to end the inning. So the Cubs center fielder takes away extra bases from Matt Carpenter. Long run to get it. Anderson, our associate producer, executive producer of WGN Sports, is Bob Vorwald. Christina Ballas, our studio coordinator, back in Chicago. Great work by our crew here in St. Louis. Working overtime tonight, 3-3, 12th inning. And sinker baller Seth Maness on to work for the Cardinals.
The league hitting .317 against him, but generally he doesn't give up a lot of slugging percentage. Keeps the ball down, puts up singles. He's only allowed 1 home run. Doesn't walk many. String some hits together. Get something done against Maness, usually.
Cub David DeJesus has homered off Fernando Rodney, and they're tied in Seattle. Rays and M's 1-1. That was a leadoff shot in the 9th inning. 2-1 on Coghlan.
Bet you ambushed him.
Ground ball picked up by Ellis.
David usually very patient. He'll take a pitch or two, but in a situation like that, he might have gone up there and jumped on one first pitch. That's what Maness does. He gets you to hit the ball on the ground.
For left, it's Holiday in foul ground. He's got it. Not much room over there. The sidewall meets the foul line. 2 outs. Brings up Valbuena. Strike called.
He's got off to a great start tonight. Single first time up, 2-run home run second time up.
Out in the left center, this ball should get down, and it will, to the wall for a double. After the homer, he struck out swinging in the 5th, swinging in the 8th, fouled out in the 9th, but a 2-out double here in the 12th.
Make him 3 out of 6. Single, a home run, and now a double. Splitting the gap. Was able to get that sinker airborne. Good approach, stayed through it, stayed long through the zone, and able to elevate that pitch. Rizzo's not going to get a chance to swing the bat.
So Castro will end up being the guy with 2 on and 2 down.
Guy who pitches to contact, a hitter who typically puts the ball in play. Castro, nothing out of 5 so far tonight. I feel like the odds are in his favor. Find a little open space somewhere out there.
Sliders away. Buena keeping the inning alive with a 2-base hit. The pitch, 2-0. Wainwright, Segrist, Martinez, Rosenthal, Freeman, Neshek, now Manus. Cubs have used Arrieta, Villanueva, Wright, Ramirez, Russell, Schlitter. 3-0. Baker on deck. Would hit for Schlitter. On the corner. Get your pitch here, Starlin. A good swing at it, 3-2. Runners now will go. Good pitch to hit.
Yeah, sure did.
The 3-2 to Castro, ground ball. Ellis will glove and throw to Craig to end the inning. Cubs ran 2 in the 12th. It's 3-3 here in the last of the 12th inning.
Still playing?
Still playing, and it's Justin Grimm.
Gonna play all night. You might as well win. As I mentioned, the bullpen has been really good. Carlos Villanueva came in support of Arrieta. Was charged with 2 runs in an inning and 2/3. Threw the ball pretty well, though. Since then, it's been scoreless baseball for the Cubs bullpen tonight. Now Grimm gets his turn. Renteria's running out of bullets down there. He's got Rondon and Rosscup remaining. Matheny has Choate. He's got his own Rondon. They called up a Rondon today, too.
Yeah, no relation. Jorge, a right-hander. Breaking ball and a good one to Peralta. The front door breaker. The 0-1 pitch. Peralta trying to end the game right there. He missed it 0-2. Rays have taken a lead 2-1 in Seattle in the 9th. A former Ray, Fernando Rodney. Base hit to right. You know, extra innings are an interesting thing. When the Blackhawks win in sudden death overtime, possession changes in a moment's notice in hockey. But in baseball, the leadoff base hit for the home team in extras always feels like a way bigger deal than when the visitors do it.
Yeah, you're
because
right.
You're just the game can end now at any point. It just puts a lot of pressure on that pitcher.
Justin, at times this year, has been critical of himself for not being aggressive enough. That time probably a little too aggressive with that 0-2 fastball.
Holiday swings at the first one, and Rizzo drifting over near the Cardinal dugout. He makes a catch. Boy, nice piece of concentration. He was sidling over near the opening where the stairs into the dugout happened to be, and it would have been very easy for him to take his eyes off that ball for a second, and he didn't. He's not going to get help.
No, you just have to make a quick assessment as to where you are in the field, how much room you have to operate.
It'll bring up Craig.
Peralta is not a base stealer. In his career, and he's been around since 2003, he has 13 steals. He's been caught 21 times. Hasn't tried one yet this year.
Grimm's 1-0. 2-0.
This is a very tied game. Cubs 3 runs, 10 hits, 1 error. Cardinals 3 runs, 9 hits, no errors. They've each left on 10.
.3-0 count on Craig. The pitch and a walk. Justin's got to get out of this inning. The Cubs do have Rondon and Ross Cup, but neither is up in the bullpen at the moment.
Basically forces you to pitch to Molina. Had you gotten Craig, you could have tiptoed around Molina.
Yeah, Greg Garcia,
pitcher spot is next.
Has jumped into the on-deck circle. First things first. Breaking ball, 0-1. Never ideal to face this guy in this spot.
Yeah, I was just going to say, probably the last guy Cub fans want to see up in this situation.
Bottom of the 12th, winning run at second, that's Peralta. Grimm to the plate, 1-1. As we near midnight, Justin Grimm trying to work out of a 12th inning jam. Here it is. 3-1.
Pretty good discipline there by Molina. Didn't want to give in, thought he could get him to chase that breaking ball. Now he's put himself in a bind, though. 3 balls and 1 strike, can't afford to walk him.
Bases loaded. Back-to-back walks. This is a strategy session here. 3 on with 1 out, and a pinch hitter Garcia, left-handed batter.
You out for an extra infielder here?
Well, it doesn't look like he's asking for any of his outfielders to come in. They'll play shallow, and he's reminding them to come in a couple more steps. Greg Garcia making his first appearance in this game. About 4.5 hours in. And the pitch from Grimm is hit foul.
It's so important to get the jump on the hitter in this situation. Get the hitter down in the count and get him more likely to chase your pitch.
He's been good as a pinch hitter. He has singled, been hit by a pitch, and walked. Now Grimm needs to pull the strikeout pitch out of his back pocket. Borges on deck.
Yeah, and, probably his best swing and miss pitch is his curveball, and you would want to bury this thing down, by his back foot or in the dirt, and you would have to obviously rely on Castillo to block that pitch. Plan B would be maybe an elevated fastball way up.
Good block.
Still pretty nimble back there after a long night of catching. It's been a long night for both catchers here. He has become one of the best in the business at doing that.
Peralta at third, Craig at second, Molina at first, Garcia at the plate. Grimm has a sign, and his 1-2. Did it hit him? It did, and the game is over. Garcia gets plunked, grazed by a Grimm pitch, and the Cardinals walk off with a 4-3 victory.
Oh, what a tough way, what an awful way to lose a ball game. Leadoff single by Peralta applies the early pressure. Grimm couldn't find the strike zone to Craig and Molina. Got the jump on Garcia, had him down 0-2, then 1-2, and finally brushes him with that up and in fastball, and the Cubs lose a heartbreaker.
So that will wrap things up. We're back on WGN on Friday. Back home against the Milwaukee Brewers, 1 o'clock for the leadoff man on WGN. Cubs baseball in high definition on WGN, brought to you by Xfinity, your home for the most live sports. For JD and our entire crew here in St. Louis, Len Casper thanking you for watching Cubs baseball. The final in 12, the Cardinals 4 and the Cubs 3. Good night, everybody.